What's good? Alright. Today... Yesterday I ended up just doing a bunch of like maintenance work on my wiki, stuff like that. My thing is blown out like crazy. Let me just fix that. There we go. So yeah, yesterday I was down in the dumps because my things broke. Things that I really worked hard for. It sucks. Anyway, today I'm going to work on some stuff. I don't even know what I have on the to-do list, to be honest. I'm just going to do it up. Alright. Oh yeah. So, Fable 5 is back, which is cool. Just clear my context window. This is stuff that I've done already today. Let me see what time is it. Alright. I got 3 hours. Let's get it. Alright, start of day, 3:03 p.m. Oh great, we're gonna start with a fucking ultra code task. I'm just gonna keep it effort. Basically, this is what's on the to-do list right now. Let's start with this. I think this is something potentially ultra code, but it's so heavy. Is it going to be too heavy for ultra code? Can I set parameters for how many models? Ah, fuck it. But would it be the best approach to do it with ultra code? Or would this be a Fable thing? Or is this potentially a good Fable task?
points that you're seeing out there are based on theories around graph theory. So you have a graph made of vertices and edges. We call them nodes or edges as well. All the dots are nodes, all the lines are edges. Those need to meet. Why do they connect that way? What tells the computer to do nodes? Let's consider them as nouns. We're just going to place a T. Edges are verbs. The relationship between nouns are things that are being done, running, getting, consuming. In math, let's imagine you have a company and you have a bunch of teams. Each team becomes a node, and each relationship between the teams becomes an edge. Product team, node, talks, edge, to the data team, node. Each team might have workflows. Workflow could be named as collecting questions from a Slack channel. I was to say the product team runs Slack question workflow, which consumes contingent information and produces answers. Each of these nouns and verbs can be mapped to a set of files. Second brains will just map the whole sentence all at once, which is file. But good second brains break those down into bigger. Go into your product team. You'll have markdown files that describe processes, ideas, jobs, concepts. The markdown files have descriptions about where that data, processes, and ideas connect to everywhere else. This process enough times, and you'll have a giant graph of nodes and edges that describe how your company works, who they are, what they're doing, and essentially acts as a second brain or a place of memory for the AI to map. You want to understand how to structure full.
This is basically what I built for this shit. This is my code base as a second brain. All my little purple points are the intent files, all the big orange, all the different colors are different. I need to change this. I need to fucking update this. That's another thing I could do. Alright. Run phase 1. In the meantime, let's do this with Sonnet. Alrighty, so let's update the Obsidian graph view. Can we make the colors based on folders? The current folder and file hierarchy of the code base was updated, and I just want to make the colors of the graph view to reflect the folders. Intent files can stay the same exact color, that's fine. But basically make it based on folders, so anything that goes in there that has a goes in that folder that has a file, a .md file that corresponds with a file inside of that folder, that it automatically updates the color, because I keep seeing all these gray dots, and I colors are really useful for me. Alright, this is gonna be a minute. Basically what this is doing right now is it's just checking to make sure that all of the doc functions emit to the debug window per function. So basically everything already has like some sort of like basically yeah, so basically every single function should debug, like should basically send a debug message out to the debug window, to the log, because I want to make sure that these functions are firing how I think they're firing, and that gives you a higher resolution of insight in terms of the entire code base, in terms of what's happening where, when, all that sort of stuff. That's really important when debugging. So that's pretty much where I'm at right now.
Files and data better. I have hours of free lecture, literally free, and you can come and check out 40,000 people willing to work with you to
in perhaps the most classic Larry David fashion of all time. He's at MSG, Knicks game before, NBA Finals. After the game is over, you see Jerry Seinfeld go off to it. You see in Larry David's ear that he has earplugs. Not just regular earplugs. Look at these. This is not like at a concert earplugs. The guy stuck a napkin in his ear in order to prevent the sound, which is just so perfect.
I love Larry David. He's one of my favorites.
Wait, let me get this straight. Mexico's moved Octar, and has led them to being one of only 4 teams who have.
And perhaps the most
Wait,
What you're seeing is not AI, it's not CGI, it's real engineering. This design features a stronger, stabilizing lane that flows in the same. It extends and contracts with the film just like it is. It uses a primitive graphical systems. Now
Alright, I'm gonna wait for this to finish. I hope this is not like super expensive, 36%. I have 3 hours before I get the reset. Let's see. 4 hours? No way. God damn it. Alright, well, this is gonna be a minute. 24 agents? Ah, fuck. Well, it is what it is. Hopefully it's not gonna be super huge. I'll be back. And that was 30 minutes. Hot damn. Create a document to pass the work for phase 2 over to a second model, please. Let's see how much. Huh? No way. What? Hold on a second. No way. That's not possible. The fuck? I didn't get charged for that? That was a 30-minute, like, multi-million token fucking workflow. Handoff document, that's what I needed. Ooh, I like the breeze. It's finally cooling off a little bit.
Obama, please come back.
Yeah. Alrighty. It's gonna be like another fucking 30 years before this finishes. Only 34%? What the fuck is happening? Why am I not getting charged for this? I don't even know what the hell is happening. It's like, it was like a multi-million fucking token workflow and it just straight up like what? It didn't even charge me 1%. I did not get charged for that. Why aren't the init functions tied to, okay, so doc init functions, why are there two documents for doc init functions? That makes no sense. Is that an explanation first? Why are there two? Weird. Storage commands. Where is my... Why isn't it tied to a Bootstrap SSH util? That's correct. iOS engine functions. Where's the thread though? Is this the thread? Oh, this is still an under... I need to tear down the entire fucking thing and just literally revamp it because it's so fucked. It doesn't... It's missing things. It's literally missing stuff. Oh my god, dude. Quick question. Is there one .md file per .py file of the repository? Because I don't see certain files, like the logic thread for init, like that's not there. I can't find init layout in here. Like, I don't understand what the hell is happening. Why can't I find those? Where is init layout? Why isn't this tied to a init layout? Some of it's there, but not all of it. Yeah, I don't see the node for init layout. Like, I don't see, I mean, I think the file exists, but the node is not shown, and I don't understand why. Neither is init layout as a node. It's not there. I actually found the files, but and there's also 2 init functions nodes, which I don't understand why that's a thing. And I just ran lint, and it cost me like 2 days worth of work tokens to do that. So it was fucking useless. It didn't pick up all this stuff that it's supposed to pick up. I'm not worried about lint. I'm pretty much giving up on that. I'm just going to literally need to run lint per file, I think, instead of doing it the other way where it's like massive chunks. It's just too much shit for it to go through. I just think I just need to re-ingest each file individually when I do, like, eventually, not now, but I just want to, I want the answer to my current question, please.
But yeah.
I'm just gonna close the app and I'm gonna reopen it. Let's see if that helps. I think that might be it. Let me see. Yeah, I have init functions, doc init functions. Yeah, I just don't see it. Give me the prompt for that, please. Thank you. Here's the layout. Here's the main orchestrator for the windows. Yeah, I definitely don't see worker threads. That's back end. Storage command UI, browser UI. Yeah, it's not in here. Why is D&D functions colored as if it was front end? Oh, because that is front end. Alright. Layouts. There it is! God damn it. But I don't see, I see document layout, but I don't see. Wait, no. The prompt currently points at the scratchpad copy. If you move the doc into the repo, swap one line before handing it off. I can. What the fuck? Why would you give me a half? Wait, what is this? What's the note the path? I don't understand. I'm gonna be running it on this same, like, it's just another model. It's like another context window of Opus. Is that relevant to note the path? Don't worry about anything other than the context of what I'm giving you. I don't understand why you're overthinking so much. I have systems for logging and all that sort of stuff. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck. It's annoying. This should be high. Oh, fuck. Nope, not Sonnet. This is like mostly cosmetic thing. This is like something I can just have it do. It's like not a huge deal. It's like falls within the most basic functionality of what Claude of Opus is supposed to be able to do. fashion is fashioning. I can't tell if this is sarcasm. I can't find the init_logic file node. I can't find it inside of the node list, like inside of the graph. I didn't realize it was gonna start using my shit, and so I was like, I thought I was just gonna check it on the back end, but it's actually straight up using my application. That's so scary. Yeah, it shows the intent files, but it's not. That's not the actual files themselves. And it doesn't even show the logic intent. Why would it show? Why would you be looking for pending questionnaire? That's definitely not shown. I see the file. Yeah, that it exists. The file exists, but the node does not. Yeah, why doesn't it have the color? This is not cheap. Alright, this is gonna be a minute. just like that, we're back. Let me see. Where is it? So this is doc init functions. It's still not there. Ah. Then why are they both colored the same exact thing? If one belongs to the doc, why are they both colored the same thing? It's based on folder, so init functions, the doc init functions.py shouldn't be the same color as doc init functions for the app side. For the doc, that's the weird thing. And where the fuck is my goddamn... I don't see it. I see doc init functions, but it's not tied to anything besides the it's tied to stuff that it does touch. Yeah, where's doc init logic? It's purple. Why is it purple? Doc init logic is not an intent file. There's the doc init logic intent. I see doc init logic intent, but dude, I'm so tired of this mode. Just do it back end. Why can't you just do it back end? Hold on, I'm tired of this mode. I don't want this. Can we do this on the back end? Why does it need to be on the front end? I don't like this. Also, I see the doc init logic intent node, but I don't see the actual doc init logic .py node. It doesn't exist in the actual graph view. Is this editable on the back end? I don't want this front end stuff. It takes too long. It's so slow, and I can't do other shit. It locks me out. Alright, this is still running. How am I lower? Okay, there we go. Because I think it might be due to the back end filtering. Because I remember I did take stuff out in the back end. Like there was a point where it was showing stuff that I didn't want it to show. And I think that might have been one of the things that got taken out. Alright, this is still thinking. We're gonna be a little bit. Alright, I'll be back. I gotta go back.
We're never meant to get fooled. 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 I'm never meant to get fooled. I'm never meant to get fooled. I stuck in hiking, 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 high. I soaking, 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 high. But I stayed, I like it, hike it, hike it, hike it, high. I know it's deep and I like it, like it, like it, like it out.
Ha! I fucking found it. I found it, it's fixed, and now this is still running. I'm gonna go eat some food. I'll be back.
just say and deserted. And deserted.
Summarize this very briefly. Alright, I just want this to summarize it. We finished the task. I also got Obsidian up and running again correctly with all the nodes that it's supposed to be showing, all the correct colors. I kind of want subcolors of everything too for this one right here, because the Pi is like, the Pi OS system is like really Wait, what do you mean duplicate or dedupe? Fork 2. Fork 2. It's just supposed to emit one logging. It's supposed to use the same logging system. It's not supposed to be adding another logging system. And basically, it's just supposed to emit another debug log item per function. I don't understand why it's asking me this. It's basically supposed to reflect literally everything that is happening in the system inside of the logging window. As long as it's not like repetitive, like I think I already have filters for that kind of stuff. But the point is, it's like, if it's a new item that's actually occurring, then show it, essentially. What 6 corrections? I don't understand what the 6 corrections are. So, in relation to the shape for the watchdog, I just want one item per, like if it's logging something, I want to see in the debug window logging so-and-so. Stuff like that. For literally every single function. That's why we did ultra code. Damn, I'm only at 47%. I thought I was gonna be way higher by now. I'm only at 5% for the week. That's actually not bad. That means 9% per 1% of the week. They've raised my token usage. They raised my token amount. My token. Here's another one. Can we do a separate color for doc API? One for doc API and one for subsystems. And one for subsystems. Then keep the other colors the current color. Build binaries, image build. That'll make it so the build binaries and then the image build script and the other one are one color, then the subsystems is another color, then the API is another color. And all the sub-functions of that are another color. Let's see here. Next, we gotta update the git push system so it actually does it correctly. Fork 1, your intent kills duplicate question. Only came up because the handoff processes. So 6 corrections, the executor read the actual call sites. Fix my run site guesses. Yep, give me that prompt and we're gonna send it to the model that was working on it. Indigo doc API. I feel like Indigo is too close. I feel like Indigo is too close of a color to the purple. Can we do a different color for that? Something that is opposite of the color spectrum that can stand out against the others. Alright, so then the last thing I want to do is actually another one here. High effort opus. Okay, cool. Alrighty, so I want to update the git push workflow. Currently, it's still asking me questions for context, but it's not answering them. I understand if it doesn't answer them within the context window, but it's supposed to be checking the context window for the answers to the questions. So what I think I need to do is actually create a separate sub-agent that goes through the questions that were created, and then goes through the context window to then answer them. So then looks through the context window of the chat for the answers to the questions. If the answers don't exist, then keep them as questions. If they're not in there, but if they are in there, then obviously answer them, add them to the intent file, the corresponding intent file. If there is one, if there isn't one, make one, all that sort of stuff. Because for some reason I had like 90 something unanswered questions that I definitely remember answering within the context windows of conversations that I had when we created these systems. And I really don't want to need to remember this kind of stuff. The whole purpose of that is just basically so I can dump, and then just focus on the actual record keeping, being in the moment. That way I don't have to constantly memorize everything, which I do anyway, but for the most part. But I really would rather that. So if we can update I think with adding that sub agent like that, I think it would potentially fix that problem. What you reckon? Yo, what's good? Oh shit. 352. My bad, dude. What's good, Jess? My bad. Sorry. Burnt red, I think, would be a good color. Let me see. Yeah, I think burnt red or hot magenta. Let's do that one. Alright, where should the auto answer conversation past live? Well, that's the question. Well, that right there is the question, to be honest, because from what I understood, the gathering of the context is supposed to make it so there's no questions. So why are there questions after it? I mean, unless I'm not answering those questions, but within the context of the conversation, but it definitely was asking me questions that I remember talking about in the conversations. So that's the concern. That's why I was thinking it's a separate sub-agent, but it should definitely be before the actual push. I mean, like, basically, after the questions are generated, right? If there's any questions that are generated, it's supposed to do it after then. And it should only be, sorry, I didn't answer the rest of it. It should only be the new questions. But here's the thing. Are there currently 40 existing backlog questions? Here's another side question, low priority, but just a side note. Are there any other questions currently in the pending questionnaire? There shouldn't be, because I just ran a bunch of workflows to basically get those out of the way. Let's take a look at this. Too close. The green's too close. Sorry, yo, let's make it burnt red instead. What? There's still 40 unanswered questions? Dude, what the fuck? Are there any questions in the pending questionnaire? I could just check the file technically. Fuck. Facility wiki, pending questionnaire. There it is. God damn it! Alright, fine. Fuck. Alright, there's 44 questions left. I'll take them. Let me see what this is like. Oh, baby. There we go. There we go. This is all server. Pilot space engine, yes. Nice. Happening? Why did this fall off? Nice. Awesome. God damn it. Hi, baby girl. Hi, baby. What's up? Have to go to the bathroom. God damn it. Alright, this is still working. Doing the actual Reaper work. This is all admin stuff. This should go. This is the other one that has the actual context of the main thing. So let me make this go next to this. This is empty, so this goes all the way to the end. This is the current that, and this is that. Alright, I'm gonna start answering questions there too, meanwhile it's doing the other stuff. I'll be right back. My bad, y'all. My bad. My bad. Alrighty. Oh, I feel better. Alright, we already did this. Alright, so this is what was... Wait a minute. Meantime, let me look at this rule here. Question: How is it answering the if the sub agent can't see the question? I mean, can't see the context window of the main conversation. Then how is it answering the questions? But how do you know that it's gonna? But that depends on the actual context of the git push stuff that's being collected and placed there, actually having the conversation point that it needs in order to answer that question. In other words, if it exists there already, why would it be asking the question again? And why wouldn't it be adding it as part of the intent by default? Yeah. So what if we make everything sub-agents for every single step, and then make the main window answer the questions? Can we have a sub-agent do the double checks? And is there a smoke test that we can do with another sub-agent? Wait. Quick question. Doesn't the conversation window exist as a file that lives for like 30 days or something like that? Because if that's the case, then you could just feed the sub agent the conversation file. And then have it answer the questions in relation to the conversation file itself. $47, $58. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. Wait a second, I thought it was a different thing. Alright. So basically, it needs to get handed off the actual conversation file from the conversation that it's being launched from. So like the one that's launching the git push. And then it has to then make sure that it's the right file, send it out, right? And then it gives it to the sub agent. And they can answer the questions in relation to the context window. I think that would be the cleanest approach. So why don't we just make all questions like that instead of having the context? No. No, the sub agent is supposed to be answering the questions in relation to the conversation window that it's getting the file from. That's why it has both. It only has to read both. It doesn't need, because answering the questions from, why would it need to pass it over again to the main context window in order to answer the questions? I don't understand why that would, what would be the benefit of that? I'm asking sincerely. I actually want to know if there is a benefit to that, because from my understanding, the context window would be pretty saturated by that point. We would have finished a lot of tasks, and then after that, it would be doing the git push. It would have all the git push workflow that it has on top of that, then being like receiving its own context window in relation to the questions, so then it could then fill out the answers. It makes no sense there. I'm saying the sub agent should read the context window file and the questions and then draw the conclusions from that. Very nice. Very nice. So in the end, basically, if there's any pending questionnaire items, it would be because this doesn't answer it. But then it would then answer anything that it was capable of answering. Just double checking before it does the patch. I'm still waiting for this one to finish. Hi, gorgeous. Oh, Miss Poopies. Come here, love. Ooh, I got you, baby. I got you. I got you. This is my baby. Her name is Princess Leia. And I adore my baby. Alrighty. Hi, gorgeous. Hi, gorgeous. I love your little smile when I pet you, baby. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Hello, doll face. I want to give you a kiss. Oh, you all right? Sorry, my darling. She smacked my eye. That's what I get. Alright, ask me these questions one at a time, please. Follow the questionnaire workflow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Fold amendment into 481. Thank you. We can move this over. I got until 7:59, so like 8 p.m. So I got another 2 hours. Fuck. Only have 30% left for like 2 hours. It's 8:09 p.m. Fuck, dude. Still got another 3 hours. Wiki pages carry address it. Launch a sub-agent to address this challenge. No staleness. If we found it now, get rid of it. Verify and get rid of it. Oh my gosh. What the hell? You're like the sweetest person. You're one of the sweetest people. He's practicing for hell. That was my comment to that. He's practicing that for hell. Hi, Miss Poopies. Why do you keep coming over here for attentions and then you keep running away? Alright, this is still running. Oh yeah, this is questions. This is questions. Alright, this was the other thing. Alright. Is this done? Alright, hell yeah. Smoke local doc. Wait. It's supposed to. No, it's supposed to. The smoke test is for the dock. Why would you do the smoke test without the dock? That makes no sense. So push it to the dock first, and then do the smoke test for the dock. I mean, otherwise, what are you testing? Then launch another sub agent to take care of the issues that you found with all the fixes. SCP to the dock first, then do another smoke test from the dock. Make sure that you're actually testing the actual code, otherwise it's not doing anything. You're not actually testing anything. You're just testing something that's not even real.
Go out and sow chaos. Self-confidence cheating. I have nothing inspirational to say, so go out and sow chaos.
Oh yeah, if I'm in a relationship and you cheat on me,
Alright, so it's doing its thing here. Is this done? Oh, this is still working. Okay, let's see what we got. We're 80%. Fuck. was like, oh, this will be easy. Why isn't this? Why is this taking so long? All right, I'm on question 3. Yeah, SW, the software TPM. Yep, I got you. So, to answer this question, can you look into the wiki to see if there's an answer for this already? Because I just don't want to unnecessarily. You do this sometimes where like you bring up potential errors that already have actual reasons for being there, like not the errors themselves, but like overkill and all this other stuff. That's the whole point of the wiki. So please look into that first and then come back to me with this. Do a sub agent for that. I wish it would just rain already. Ah, son of a gun, we're getting close to fucking running out of tokens. And we still got 3 hours. Is it 3 hours? 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. 8:10 p.m. God fucking damn it. Alright. Let's see. Wait, why did it close tickets? Run your recommendation. Neither SafeWrite nor any other importable module defines these symbols. Damon raises name error at runtime in the first path. Framing B222 landed import wiring, off builder, family, action drain, skeleton, handle refactor, but the load bearing executor originally not committed. Yep. Verify against source now. And triage directly. We're gonna do that first. So this finished. I don't have enough tokens to get push. have to do the git pushes for this by themselves individually. I'm only gonna git push the stuff that was worked on here. Then anything else left over. Confirm dismiss. Action queue watch missing from remount branch. Yeah, source verify first. There's a lot of stuff here that's out of date, so yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Please with the sub agent, we're trying to keep this context window smaller. Until 8:10, we have 2 hours. 2 hours. Well, that's not too bad. 6:10 right now. Go. The fuck? Go. Oh, fucker. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Of course I got bombarded with questions today. God dang it. I think these are gonna be my last tasks for the day, to be honest. After this is verified, we finish one ticket. This is another one. Central delete helper. That's no longer valid. I think that this ticket might be no longer useful, actually. I think this is no longer relevant. I think the system is already fucking fixed with the action queue system. Is called psychological movement to reinforce an ethical double standard. And on top of that, it also touches on the archaic socioeconomic principle of women being property, where fathers literally sold their daughters in matrimony to their husbands. That entire concept of her being a bad reflection of her father is tied to the concept of the father selling faulty merchandise in that socioeconomic model. Also touches on the socioeconomic principle. Where fathers do. Yeah, dude. Fuck that old school shit. I can't stand. I cannot stand that old school shit. Ah, fucker. I can't. I'm so far away from that in terms of like. Wait, BT13 not done yet? What's BT13? BT13 done already? It is. It's closed. Completed. BT-001-013. Yeah, it is completed. Sure, I guess. I mean, I don't really know what the purpose of that's gonna be, but if it's a closed ticket, it's a closed ticket. It's behind me. I'm like, I have hundreds of tickets. Before fixing verify. I'm almost out of tokens. Yeah. This is still doing its thing. Alright. I'm gonna wait for that to finish. I'll be back. Fucking sweet. I'm pretty happy. I'm only at 10%. We back. We took a little bit of a break. A little forced break. Not too bad. Confirm first, then check it out. Run it. What you reckon? I think that every single test that we have should have now these debugs as requirements for passing. Or is that overkill? Just a quick question. What do you think?
If it costs less than the $635 million, maybe $6.3 billion,
Fuck, I lost track of where it was. Alright, let's see what we got here. Yeah, okay, then we're not doing that right now because I feel like that would actually fucking make everything crazy. Alright, yes, it is. I think the 1 hertz pull is actually intentional. Can you verify through a subagent? I believe there should be context revolving around that and some intent revolving around that. Alright. So here's the thing. A lot of these are also like a lot of the structure when these were first made, especially in the 200s, a lot of these tickets were made before the current architecture. So that's the thing. So some of it might not be relevant anymore. So yeah, run the verification but before you actually do anything, let me know what you found and why you want to change it. I mean, but also these yeah, that makes sense. So the file structure, yeah, the file structure and the paths is no longer actually like true to the actual repository. That hasn't been updated. So I mean, are these tickets also? Oh, they are all open. Wait, what's the question then? So basically, the issue is the staleness of the paths. Is that all it is? Staleness, not stillness. Yeah. Now I remember this. But you see, this is the whole point. Intent is recorded. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Why would the study tech ever feel noisy? Why would it ever feel noisy though? The whole point is to constantly have verifiable data that basically it's going through the WebSocket. The WebSocket is exactly for that. It's noisy. I mean, it's basically so you're constantly receiving data, and then if anything ever changes, like for example, like the 80%, like if having it beep 80% full, then yeah, I mean, you would want to know that the second it happens, don't you? That's the whole purpose of that. But the 1 hertz check should only be happening on the dock side. Then the only time it actually sends it out is when it does reach over that 80%. Fuck, now I'm starting to see why you want to have sub branches of the repository. Honestly, 30 seconds is fine. It's like, it's, if it's at 80% and not 100%, then it's cool. Let's do a git push for only the stuff that we worked on within this context window. There's other things that have been worked on from other chats. Only do the things that were touched by this particular context window. And then feel free to close 536. I think it's 536, ain't it? Yeah, 536. And run the full workflow. Note there was a difference. I mean, well, you're going to notice that as soon as you read it, but there's a new workflow for the git push revolving around questions. Just please pay attention to that, okay? Thank you. All right, let me take a look at this. So let's do a summary here. Which ones are actually done and which ones are like need to be changed? Can we do a verification run of subagent for that? Also, it is not end of day. We're still continuing. This is gonna be running for a hot second. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, if I'm in a relationship with you cheat on me, how much?
That would be equal, would you?
Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty then, alrighty then, alrighty then, alrighty then. Alright, let's see. Yes, yes. Confirmed. Git push. But also don't forget the rest of the workflow, please. What do you do with the questions? Verify before you continue, please. time is it? It is 8:55 and we're at 19%. We're at perfectly 1/5. Fuck yes. Solid. Correct handling. Alright, let me see. Moot subject gone, never built. Correct. In relation to 256, is what's left over actually relevant? $481, fair to close. $524.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go.
But wait a minute. I mean, is the architecture that this is recommending on the side of it actually relevant to the? I mean, how does it stand against what you currently have there in relation to 481? $524. I think 524 is still open on purpose. That's still relevant. I think that's a really recent one. In relation to 431, what is missing from that? What hasn't been built in that one too? So all the ones that I just mentioned above, what is missing? What is like the actual thing that needs to be done? In relation to the rest of those, yeah, just update the paths. 485. Oh shit, I missed that one. Let me see that one. That one is definitely still relevant. Honestly, just update the ones that are partially done with what is done currently, and then just update the paths that need to have the stale paths. But yeah, I still have that question in relation to 256. What exactly is missing from that one? Give it to me very condensed. Very, very condensed. %, 25%. Alright, we're at 1 hour in. What is missing? What is missing? What can I do next? Is this already done? Quick question, is this ticket already done? Like, is it done by the... action queue? I feel like that's the central delete helper, essentially. Let me know what you think. I'm curious. That's expansive. Oh, fuck. I forgot I have Ultra Code on with this one. Fuck. It's fine. Yeah, but it is a centralized location though. I meant functionally. I understand that it's a generic verb router, but that's what I meant, like in the sense that it's still a centralized location for the delete function though. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, it's basically resolved by migration. Alright, so we're gonna close it, but not yet. Pause on that. Let me keep going. Let's take on this quick ticket. So, is this already technically done? I believe it potentially is. Correct me if I'm wrong. This has to do with the... Fuck, I've been working and I haven't even been recording. My bad, dude. Alright, so just to update, basically this is doing the git push still. This is still pushing it. Next, we're still working this ticket here, this question. It has questions about fixing, well no, not fixing the, basically we decided to, there's tickets that need updating, other tickets that need non-stale paths, other tickets that are partially done, so then it's doing its thing right now. I'm gonna ask it to summarize this other chunk right here in a second, but I'm gonna move forward over here. So here, I went through 307, which is the next to-do list item, and it's basically, it's null and void essentially. It's like irrelevant. So now we're gonna check out 377 and this one. So basically, let's take. I wanted to check to make sure if this is technically done. I believe it potentially is. Correct me if I'm wrong. This has to do with the auto mount system, where basically if it is a registered drive, that it basically states where the registered drive is currently in the registered drive table. Correct? Alright, so now we're still waiting for this git push to get pushed out. It's still going. It does a drift check. Look how beautiful it is. Oh my fucking god, I love my repository, little fucking second brain. Looks like a little face. Eyeball, and then like a little mouth. Looks like a skull. Creepy. Alright, this is still running. Has a ways to go. In the meantime, this one should almost be done. So in 256, basically, it's all done besides like the error handling. Correct me if I'm wrong, 481 is potentially parked. Like the project that's in, it's currently parked, or a parked ticket. Four 31, what's left is basically error handling for a dead off listener. Is that for the initialization process? We're still not done with question 10. What's left over from that task list? Can you summarize real quick, and what is your recommendation? Ah. So this is for basically a doc identification tool, or a doc identification key within the JSON file for the drive identification JSON. Yeah. Yeah, the drive identification. That would require essentially a new table column. Well, no, not table column. What would be the identifier though? I think there is already like, no, we could use the fucking what is it called? Let's close 256 first, and then questionnaire 11 we'll continue in a second. I see. Regarding question 11, let's do your recommendation with the sub-agent. Oh, shit's still going. We use the head scale username. Okay. Ah. All right, so there's already a variable that it's using. So that's fine. What I'm talking about is the table in relation. No, okay, wait, we don't need that. It is a local already. Okay. So I guess then it would just be a matter of making it so it populates the drive when it registers the drive with that username, and then make it so it's a variable that decides if it's an actual registered drive or not. Correct? I feel like this is kind of redundant though, because the drive identification number is so huge that it's like in the trillions. Like it's literally in 1 trillion, or 1 in the trillions, that it would be a repeated number. I don't know if this is like, what other reasons were there for this? Like, what was the other justification? I feel like this is overkill, because if it exists in the database, it exists in the database. If it doesn't exist in the database, it doesn't exist in the database. The only reason I can think of for this would be another identifier that would basically say this belongs to this drive. I mean, to this dock. But given how big the number is itself, like for the drive identification number, it's literally in the trillions. In terms of the odds of a repeated number. Summarize the original justification for this. The justification for this. This is a Navahi thing, and then what is a question? I don't see a question. What exactly is the question? Future bypass, how? If this is 179, this is definitely like before I built out the current architecture. So yeah, I would definitely check with the sub agent before doing anything. Because it could just even be not even relevant. So before you do anything, give me the report of the sub agent summarized, please. Thank you. Alright, this is still doing. That doesn't really matter though. I mean, the whose dock does this belong to is identified by the actual database. The actual database is the identification. Honestly, it's like I said, it's so astronomical in terms of like the odds of the number just coming up in the wild again, and then that user coming across a drive that has the exact identification of number of a registered drive on their device. It's just so huge of the odds. It's an alphanumeric number. It's like 13 digits or something like that. Like 15 digits or some shit like that. It's just so huge. So it's like not even numbers, not even just numbers, it's also letters. I feel like this is... What do you think? I feel like this is redundant. If it serves no other purpose than being like, oh, this is my drive, I mean, like, this is pointless. Oh my fucking god. What do you mean? You don't need the manual reconciliation. You check the drive as soon as you plug it in. It registers. It says if it's a registered drive or not. But then wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let's before we take this on. All right, so we can call 536 done, right? Nice. Safe to close the context window. Anything else left? Let's see. Huh. So essentially you're saying make the TPM key work also in relation for inbound, not just outbound. Because currently the only use of the TPM key, I mean, like I haven't really like applied it to any like systems in terms of like security systems or any kind of like safety measures. To be honest, I could tie it also to the API key and have it kind of like the API key generation, because it currently so is that basically what you're saying though? Let me just read that again. Hold on. Okay, so code still vulnerable, yes. Init functions interpolates the Argus hostname unescaped into a ghost hostname. Breaks out, service runs as root successful inject. Call binds. Okay, only, but the API key. Wait a minute though. But look at the actual code base and like also look at the wiki. The safety for the API key. It's not just an API key. It's dependent on the actual. It's per session. And the only place the API key exists is in the application. It only exists in memory, and it gets deleted as soon as the application closes. But I'm curious, like, I be honestly, I'm kind of curious to see how you're talking about using the TPM key and applying it to this. Are you talking in relation to like API calls and stuff like that? Like from the application? I don't understand this. Let me see, gate only by the XAPI key. TPM does not gate inbound. TPM is outbound only. That's correct. The current application of TPM is basically to verify that you can get access to the proxy API for head scale username generation for your particular head scale, your own head scale username. So, I mean, that's the current purpose of it. Is there any other way that it could be, like, I mean, and it's just basically so you have access to that proxy, so then that way nobody is just randomly making head scale users. That was the original intent of that. But if it would make it safer to also use the TPM key in a way where I can actually, but you see, it's like, but look at how the current API functions. I mean, I would rather not have things live, especially like public keys. I mean, even though public keys are not the worst thing in the world, but like, no, but technically even then, wouldn't the public key existing in the application side, like on the computer itself, like on the actual app, technically be a security risk as well? I mean, you would need to know the exact API calls and all of that sort of stuff too, but I mean, look at, can you just take a quick look at that? Just let me know what you think. Do it with a sub agent. So wait a minute. So okay, losing scan history. So this involves. So I get you. So basically, if a registered drive gets the registration removed, I mean, how does adding the username or the user identifier, like another identifier, help with losing the scan history? I'm kind of confused. Okay, run this, close this ticket out, then git push that particular change. Please and thank you. Wait, 178? Isn't that what I'm currently... Oh, I'm addressing 179 here. Okay, we're close. I'm still confused. What actually saves history? Reconciliation. Reusing the existing on-disk drive ID instead of minting a fresh one. That's correct. If the old drive ID gets reinserted into tracked drives, the old files row match again, no loss. Correct. Today's register doesn't do that. Oh. But what does this have to do with... But you're creating a situation here where the identification number is identical. That's what I'm saying, is like the fact that the identification number is identical, it doesn't also require the doc identification on top of that. That's illogical. I mean, it's redundant Because the fact that it exists on the actual database itself for the table is proof that it's part of the doc. What? But this other issue that you're coming across is relevant in the sense that if a doc is being like let's say fuck if you delete anything and you rescan the drive, look up the logic for that, for the scan. It auto heals the actual database itself. So let's say you register a drive again, then, or not even register a drive, you can change anything about it. Like it would, the next time you scan would update everything as is within the current database. Then, on top of that, if anything, we should make it so you can't register a drive that's already registered. But I believe that safety exists inside of the actual UI. You can't register a drive that's already registered. The only one that pops up is the actual drives that are unregistered. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm right on that. Then if you delete the drive in the storage handling side, like the storage command center, then you have the option to keep the registration and it would update the database as well. Use a sub agent to verify, but I believe I'm correct on this. The only benefit of having the doc identification would be to make sure it belongs to the doc, but I think it inherently proves that it belongs to the doc by the fact that it exists within the table's database. I feel like we're just adding another layer of logic unnecessarily here. I feel like the gain is not there for this. But in terms of the other stuff that you're talking about, in terms of like history preservation and all that sort of stuff, I believe every other component that surrounds the actual database maintenance accounts for this already. But please use like a sub agent or multiple sub agents to verify, but I believe I'm correct. It is not end of day. Exactly. Right? But how would the key be sniffed? That's the question that I'm asking. So it could be used, it could be like sniffed if somebody was like on the same network and then grabbed it in traffic, like in I'm just not too familiar with this side of things, but I'm gonna I'm still like leaning more towards like listening to you, but I just want to understand this a little more. All right, let's see what else we got here. I can't believe I skipped this one. Let's talk a little bit about this ticket. What's going on here? Can you please summarize it briefly? Thank you. All right, let's take a look at this. I'm curious. Ha! Ha! Okay. Crazy. Yeah, technically. But dude, dorms, I mean, that's a potential. I see the dorms. Office, maybe. Cafe, most likely. Alright. That is definitely worth a ticket. I mean, let's see what else. Let's add on to also look into how else we can actually. Is there any other ways that you would recommend, like hardening the security for the packets themselves, like this, this kind of stream of things, like anything where like the API key would be literal text. Like fuck, dude, that's crazy. Thanks for the heads up. No. Claim 2 wasn't that a fresh ID would... auto heal. What I was saying was that if you have the ID in there already, it auto heals the database in relation to the ID. That being said, if maybe that could be a thing too, where let's say someone moves files from one drive to another and they are not registered. And they do it offline off of the actual thing, but honestly it's like that kind of still, I mean, they would just need to register the drive in the future if they wanted it to be a part of the database, then it would auto heal. The auto healing feature of that within itself, look at it again for the scan, it basically checks, does this exact file with this exact hash value exist in any other drives? That's part of the logic for it. Look at it. And then if it doesn't exist in the other one anymore, it's checking to see if it's been moved. But then again, if it's not in the... It doesn't account for potential duplicates, though. That's the only thing. No, I think it does, though. I worked on that fucking logic real hard. I just can't remember what it was that I had. I had another safety for that. Double check it, please. It brought up another issue, though. Oh shit, it's still in ultra code. Hold on a second. Let's make it active and add it to the to-do list, actually. Wait. Pause for right now. We're waiting for this other task to finish. It touches the tickets.md. Ignore the other changes that are currently done. I forgot to mention that they're happening in other context windows. I should really fucking split my branches one of these days, but for right now, just be aware of that. Just only take care of the things that we took care of within this context window. Ignore everything else. Alright, let's look at this. 364, kill a copy-pasted path join hack by routing every site through one helper. The problem with flag. It's the same join. Duplicated call sites. The caller has to remember to tag the Is this ticket even... Is this in relation to imports and stuff like that for like syntax for the actual code base, or is this more in relation to code base? Like paths for verbs. Done through API calls. This is in the 300s, so that's a kind of like I think this might have been already solved with the recent restructuring. Can you verify? And use a sub agent to check it, please. Thank you. Ah, so what happens if something is fuck. Okay. Fuck. I did not account for a drive no longer being attached to the actual dock itself. So like, let's say the drive has a file, right? It has a file. And then you have a duplicate file on another drive, identical hash value, different location, all that sort of stuff. It would technically move it even though it potentially still exists on the other drive. That's essentially the gap, right? I didn't account for that at all, actually. But how do you even verify that? You can't. You can't really verify that besides mark that it's a potential duplicate file. That's pretty much all you can really do. So maybe we do another branch on like of an if statement there, where basically if the dock is no longer, if the drive is not even on the disk, dock, then it can't remove it from the database. It would just basically duplicate it and then essentially just have to take the L on the duplicate file in the database, because it could either be a duplicate or it could not be a duplicate, and I would rather the duplicate and have someone look into locations. That would make the most sense. Occasions. Wow. 364 verification already solved by restructuring. Restructuring what? Let me just double check. Okay, now I remember. Okay. Two real restructurings did touch these exact files. That's what you remember. Yes. But both relocated the hack into the new directory actions.py UI files. They never collapsed into a helper. Yeah. So basically I need something that's similar to that. Refresh. Well, let me see if this just finished pushing. Please feel free to scrub anything. Just make sure everything's done. Nothing left behind. Besides the skip deliberately. Ah! Then it does account for it in that way. There we go. I did account for that. Fuck you, Claude. I knew it. Wait, what? Wait, didn't you say that it's already there though? If it's not in there yet, then I mean this is totally worth doing. But either way, let's update the ticket to be this issue and basically forget about the other one. The other one, literally the net gain from that is literally nothing. Pause that. We need to update these. Clear. We have to wait for this one to finish first, and then we can do one at a time. So everything from this context window is done, right? Alright, cool. Let's move that over here. Clear to go. We're gonna wait real quick on this. This is gonna take a hot second, so I'm gonna stop recording.
is coming and it don't stop, longer don't stop, longer don't stop, longer don't stop, don't stop, longer don't stop.
before moving on, can we do a quick git push of this? Let's do this like this. I think this might be the last things I do today. Yeah, we're running out of token context. 3 hours in, 2 hours in, I got another token, 60%. I'm gonna call it a night. Unless there's anything else I can do. Just try to just- So let me see here. Replace the data in there with step 2/3. You know what? Fuck it. Close it. One ticket, both bugs. After this one's done, I'm gonna go ahead and Alright, so in a nutshell, this 377 ticket is gonna get moved. I'm gonna basically close it, and I'm adding steps 2 and 3, delete after move bug we found earlier. Wait a second, 370. Yeah, so basically that bug, essentially, that's gonna be for scan. It's gonna be like a new ticket. But I could have sworn, you see, that's the weird part. I could have sworn that the logic accounted for this, where if the drive is not currently on the dock, that it wouldn't delete it inside of the database, that it would just basically make a duplicate. It would greenlight the duplicate item in the database, except it would obviously be accounted for in the current drive, in the instance that we were scanning. So isn't that already in the logic? Yeah. So wait, what's the 2/3 delete after move bug? Because I'm kind of lost there. What I'm describing is not a delete bug. Meanwhile, this is doing this. I think I'm gonna need to. This is a quick one. Okay. Today's course is not inserted. Okay, an unmounted drive. It updates the old rows, silently repointing it, not adding the second row. Okay, cool. That's fine. I understand that part. Yes. So 392 is already a ticket that we already had in there. All right, that's fine. Part 2, step 2 to 3 is a bug, completely different, separate issue. Let me re-explain this. Okay, it has nothing to do with unmounted drives. It fires for a genuinely moved between two currently moved track drives. So, okay, in relation to items that are currently moved between two drives, the logic from the watchdog actually handles that. So what it does is basically the actual move function between the two drives is a copy, verify, and then delete the old one. So basically it copies it, it verifies that it's not corrupt, and then like checks the hash value, all that sort of stuff, makes sure that it's good, and then after that it deletes the old one. It already compensates for this. Can you please verify? I believe I'm correct. In which case I believe the only thing that's left is 392, in which case the ticket's already existing and 377 can get taken out. But first verify this and then pause, and then we'll talk about the rest of the tickets. .364 is currently still existing. Alright. Okay. That's something we could address right now, to be honest. Let me see how many fucking tokens I have left. We already have everything we need for that. So does it detail the 35 places? Is that currently within your context window? Is that in the ticket? Sweet. Okay, cool. So we basically have everything we need to actually build this out. Now the question would be, is this gonna live? This is something that lives app side, right? Then the fix, I mean, the test for this would need to be something that checks every single path. Would this be mostly move functions? Could we just add a move function that basically addresses this, or are there other functions that would require this particular centralization of the editing the paths? Right. It's the watchdog. Yeah. Exactly. So then that definitely, I mean, we definitely have safeties to make sure that the daemon is alive. That is already existing. If the move happens outside of the app, I can't control that. So like for the move to actually happen outside of the app, it means that the drive itself was physically removed outside of the drive dock, and then basically now is being used to somewhere else, and in which case, I mean, that doesn't fall within the scope of my responsibility. If somebody is using their drive outside of the dock ecosystem, then they have to know what they're in for. The other thing that can account for this, technically, would be a fresh scan on mount. But that might take a while, and that might slow things down. But there is the cron scan. So that's another thing. Oh, fuck. God damn it, it's an ultra code. It's gonna kill the rest of my context window of the day. Well, it's only 8 agents, that's not too bad. It is yours to weigh in on, though. I want to know. It's the fallback. But what would go in the ticket? What was the original ticket that we were discussing in this one? 377. Oh yeah, we closed that one. And we're discussing 392. Also, did you already close 377? So basically all tests would need some sort of, all verb basically. Need some sort of test to cover this. I mean, if it's a centralized location though, I mean, that's the benefit of a centralized location. If it works once with one of the verbs, it works with all of them because it's the logic's identical. Does that make sense? Oh shit, it's still called SFTP operations, huh? So directory actions, the class is still called, I mean, it should be called API calls or API verbs, right? Nice catch. What do you think about that? Which ticket number is this one about? 364. That's this one here. And then 377 is the other one that's being addressed. Please brief summary. Just worry about your context window. There's other stuff that has been happening outside of your context window. Ignore it. Just worry about the stuff that was taken care of within this context window. Please, thank you. I'm going to continue the questions tomorrow. Bug. No. So this bug too is accounted for in the logic. If there was a stale snapshot of the current directory, it would then also check the actual drive itself if it was in there. If it's not in there, there's no way to do it, so it would create a duplicate. That's what 392 is for. Am I incorrect here? Then in the instance where the doc is not there is essentially what 392 is. It's basically to create the duplicate. Am I wrong? Give me the prompt to continue the questionnaire, and then give me the current approach also, where you ask me if I would like to verify with the sub agent per question if it's available as a potential approach. I really like that. I want to continue it tomorrow. It's just that this did you run the full workflow? Just verifying, did you run the full workflow? That was hella quick. Verify I'm correct one more time with the sub agent, please. Thank you. Because you're starting to get kind of bogged down. I said git push. I'm sorry, you're right. I did say a quick push. I'm sorry, you're correct. I did say a quick push. I would like the full workflow though, please. Just for the context window of what was involved in this overall process here in this conversation. There's other stuff that has been changed, but it's happening in other windows. After this, yes, please amend 392 and close 377. Also, it is not end of day. Don't do anything just yet. Just answer my questions, please. Thank you. All right, after this is done. After you're done with the git push, please this one's almost done. And git push workflow. It is not end of day. Please just focus on the current context window of things. Like, there's other things that happened outside of this context window in other chats, but only focus on the things that were actually done in this chat. Ah, that's worth. That is absolutely worth it. You are correct. That is worth a smoke signal, a smoke test. I reckon that would fall under Doc API smoke test, right? I mean, I would rather it be called API verbs, to be honest. I would really appreciate that. Just because it's more accurate to what the class actually is, right? Still running. Alright, and then this one's gonna be the one for tomorrow. currently doing the bookkeeping, so I can't touch that. Alright, so these are going to be the last 2 tickets of the day. I'm so fucking happy I added 6B. It keeps finding all these residual drift hits. I fucking love it. Alright, we still got 2 more left. Alright, so this is almost done. It's just applying fixes. Which of these is ultra code? That's the ultra code. To be honest, I think that GPG error is already solved. Another git push. Alright, doing another git push here for 392 and 377. So 392 is going to take care of that, that's great. Is 392 in my current to-do list? That's the question, eh? It is! Nice! It does fall in the current to-do list. Very, very nice. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So 377 is going to get taken out. 392 is getting updated. And it's going to do a quick git push. $31 to go. Can I schedule a task with you real quick, like to happen overnight at like a certain time once my tokens reset? Basically having like sub-agents do different tasks in a list. Then gathering the updates from the sub-agents, and then updating the tasks within the list with the gather data. Like for example, particularly this has to do with the .md file that has some questions, and basically I wanted to see if you could run a sub-agent to verify the validity of certain things per task, so one sub-agent per task basically. Not necessarily in parallel. I mean, does it make a difference if I run it in parallel or run it in... I mean, they're all read tasks. So, I mean, does it make a difference if I run it in parallel or run it in, like, sequentially? No, I know. Oh, I'm aware. That's why I'm going to give you a specific time to run them. So I can give you the question locations. It's going to be here. This is my first time actually doing a freaking overnight workload. I'm actually happy I'm recording this. Holy shit, this is actually kind of cool. Let me see here. Not scheduling tools. Context. Wiki. Pending questionnaire. Boop. Copy path. Then basically all I really would need is to go through each question and just verify, like, there is a workflow for pending questions, for like a questionnaire workflow. Where is my ticket doctor, ticket organizer, ticket stuff? Where's my wiki? Why is Ticket Doctor outside of Ticket Work Zone? I guess that makes sense. Alright. Pipeline, repo wiki. Ah, here it is. Here it is. basically file, follow the questionnaire workflow here in this claude.md file. Then, instead of asking me the questions though, basically draw the conclusions, do all the stuff that the workflow says, but instead of asking me this, what I want you to do is verify the conclusions that you're drawing about the question. So basically it would be one agent that's coordinating, and then basically just going through the questions one at a time. And then have a sub-agent follow the question workflow for one particular question, the next particular question with another sub-agent. And then just basically do those in parallel. Basically draw a conclusion, like, you know, like a recommended approach, and then verify the recommended approach. The shape would be something like this. This is a sample of some questions that I was just answering. So essentially the result would be this shape. Except on top of that, you would verify against source the recommendation. Does that make sense? Then you would update the question with the recommendation verification's result. And then I would answer the question the following morning just to verify human input. Please fix the flagged items, please. I appreciate that. That would be... Please fix those changes. Yeah, please fix that at the bottom. The flag not auto-fixed. What do you mean it's the same convention as 307's close? So basically these are like leftover items that were attached to... where they were attached to... the closed item, correct? Ah, shit. All right, two things then. If we can make instead of doing that, let's place it in a folder, like in a temporary location, where the main session would then grab each of the results and then would attach them to the questions. That way it can run in parallel that way. You get what I'm saying? So then it's like just adding a new item to a folder instead of actually editing a single document. And then have, like you said, exactly what you recommended, have the main session do or even do another sub agent, to be honest, just to be on the safe side, just to keep it lean in terms of tokens. Then basically have that do the mechanical edits. And then just keep the main sub agent as just like coordinator. Then after everything is written off and written into the pending questionnaire, you can delete the folder and the files, or have the sub agent just delete the files as they copy them over to the question. Should I have two sub agents split up the questions like 2020 or like 2021? I guess that's that's what is left. Or should I have a single sub agent do the mechanical edits? Would the context window not be oversaturated? Yep. Push, please and thank you. Git push. The full workflow, yeah. So I guess, I mean, all it really needs is a simple git push. I don't think it needs a full workflow, right? No, sequential. I meant sequential writers, my bad. All right. Let's make it fire off at 1:30 a.m. Any other questions that you need answered? Oh, dude, this is actually really cool. It's building its own context window from this. Ooh! It's summarizing the task. I fucking love that. Wow. That's actually legitimately cool. Right. Exactly. Wait. Wait, please ask me that question again. I fucked up. I accidentally clicked on something and I didn't read the other questions. The other potential options. Where should the overnight write each recommendation? So basically, rec line would be like basically updating the actual document with the verification for the recommended approach inside of the pending questionnaire.md file, correct? I think that's the best approach. What do you think? I reckon that's the best one. Like maybe another file that goes in here for the test. Oh, buddy. Exactly. That is just a one-time thing. Thank you. Ooh, I'm so happy. To be honest, I fucking hate the questions, but these are so good. This is like so good for the fucking repository. It always makes me like, forces me to like. I had like 90 questions before, and there's no way in fuck I was gonna go through each one, like all the 90 questions. Yeah, it's 1:30 a.m. Costa Rica time. That's the time that I wanted it to start, but whatever UTC is for that, that'd be great. Awesome. It's not a recurring task, but okay. No. My bad, I fucked up. I meant it's for 1:30 a.m. Costa Rica time. My bad. Please ask me the questions one at a time. if I put my computer in sleep mode, will it still run? I mean, not sleep mode, but like I have it so the computer, the PC is like the actual CPU is still on, but it's just like the screen is locked. Like I can run terminal tasks like this. Would that basically fall under like the ability of this to be able to run it? Yep, that's already set like that. Perfect. Yup, it's already set like that. Perfect, thank you. I'm so curious. Oh, buddy. Alright, what's the okay, API verbs. Yep. I think it already has the context window to actually be able to answer it to do all this stuff. So now this one can get cleared out. Am I cleared to clear this context window? Are we done? Nothing left over? I actually just set this in a workflow, so am I set to clear this context window? Which would you recommend for this question? Yeah, then definitely. No, then I would definitely want the entirety of, like, all of them. Like, all the locations, not just the 35. I would prefer that. Is that what you're currently searching for? Like, all the reefs, like, for full centralization? That's what the ticket's for. Oh, please continue. Sorry, I accidentally stopped. Alright, cool. We're waiting for this one to finish, and then we're gonna actually finish a couple of tickets today. This is actually pretty great. Alright. Awesome, and then this is the last one. This is a pretty nice day, actually. Wow, I actually got a solid amount of shit done. Not bad. Alright, let me see here. So now we're gonna get to do 364. So that's gonna be done. Then tomorrow I'll be starting with 542, 401, 400, 521. It's gonna be a pretty good, like, solid couple of days, I think. How much of my weekly plan? I used 18% today? Fuck. Oh, whoops. Well, thankfully Friday I don't have anything to do. I'm not gonna be able to work on Friday anyway. So that's one day off, I guess. Fuck. This is gonna use a fuck ton of my. Oh my god, dude. This 1:30 a.m. task, I need it done though. It's because of all the fucking sub agents. God damn it. 46 sites, alright. Yeah, fold the 11 into it, and then yeah, I guess you could do it all in one shot. Run it. I'd plan it out first and then run it. Actually plan it out first and then run it. I think you should be able to handle it with the current context window. What do you think, actually? Do you need to plan it out? Or does your context window already have everything it needs? As it did a sub agent. I know I'm just being cheap, but I already did a sub agent fucking thing. Oh, lordy. All right. Tracked drives schema. Drive. These are all fucking. How many tickets are in here? Foreign ID detection, that's what it was for. But I think we could deduce that though, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a deducible thing. That's why I had it. It was for that, for foreign ID detection, but it's deducible by the fact that it's already not in the database. That's a really important one. Alright, we have a fuck ton of work. This is like a week's worth of work. Alright. This is I want to get those fucking questions out of the way. Should I do it? I'm already running low. By the time this is done, I'm gonna have like fucking I'm just worried that it's not that's gonna be too many tokens used up. I think extending app paths. To be honest, I think, let me know what you think. I want your input, but I think extending app paths would be a great location for this because it is technically an app path tool. It's not necessarily like in relation to imports and stuff like that. No, I think maybe the first one you had there. A new backend path utilities.py, maybe, but then it's like only one thing. You know what I mean? It doesn't really matter in the end in relation to once it's like in like a whole compiled application. In reality, it doesn't really actually matter. And it's like just making a whole file for one function doesn't really make sense. That's how come I'm leaning more towards extend app paths. What would you recommend? I thought it said inconsistent. I was like, what? So I guess, I mean, okay, well that's another unforeseen benefit I forgot about. So basically, apppaths.py is already fucking imported everywhere. It would save a whole new import. Can you build? Fuck, dude. Okay, this is not that deep. I just can't think of if there's gonna be another reason to have another, like, they're both so minimal. The saves and losses are so minimal, but I'm just trying to think of what would be the best approach. I'm trying to justify each one. I want to give it some time real quick. Pathutilities.py. If I do pathutilities.py as a new file, right? That opens up a whole new file that could potentially be used for other things. I feel like that's some gain there. The downside is you have to import everywhere that you use it. The upside to app paths is it's already imported everywhere. Fuck. The downside is contextually it doesn't make sense inside of that file. And then if I do end up having other things that are relevant to potentially the path_utils.py, I would then need to make one later. And I can't tell the future. Are there other things I could... Let's make a ticket to see if there's any other functions that are currently used all over the place that would fit in there as well. Make a ticket and park it. But let's go ahead and do path_utils.py, new file. And then can you actually do the build with a sub-agent instead? Because I feel like this one's starting to get pretty saturated. And then with this one, you can go ahead and do the ticket creation and parking it. In the chat. Question answered. So this is gonna be the last thing for the night. It's already 11:43. I'm already almost fucking at 100%. We're at 82. I totally got lost there for a split second. I was like, where the fuck? I'm like, why is it writing new tickets? And I forgot I had made a new ticket. I told it to do it within this workflow here. And then use another one to basically do that. This is gonna burn my tokens for the week. Oh my god. I just realized that. I might lose like 2 days from that. Let's see, we got Thursday is tomorrow. Friday is band practice, so I don't really need to. I'm gonna spend tomorrow and Friday potentially practicing. So that's pretty good there. That's gonna save me some time there, I guess. So then I got Saturday. So Friday is the 3rd. I got Saturday, Sunday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday. Is the 7th. So today's day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7 at 10 p.m. So I got 18% used today. By tomorrow, I might be at 25%. So if I lose a day and a half, then I might be at, that's technically 2 days, right? So that's day 3. That'll put me at 4 more days left. Fuck, dude, I want to use Fable though. And it's gonna burn my tokens, but I can't, like... Son of a bitch. How... I'm on the max plan. What kind of a weekly chunk am I looking at that this is gonna burn through? Like how much of a percentage? I'm on the $100 max plan. Just rough estimate. I know it's not gonna be exact. I just want to prepare to see if this is actually something I want to run or not. What? Wait, what? I lose Opus after I hit 20% of my weekly uses with Opus? I didn't know that. Oh no. Do you actually get kicked off of Opus if you use 20% of your weekly tokens on Opus? Is that speculation or is that actually true? Wait, this is within a single day, like per day, or is this per week? Holy shit. So even if you select Opus, like Ultra Code, anything, it will literally just be using Sonnet? Oh, fuck that. But they'll give you 50% of the model of your weekly tokens in Fable 5? What the fuck? So you're actually only paying $100 a month for 20% of weekly Opus, 50% of Fable, and then after that another 50% of Sonnet, or 20% of Opus and 80% of Sonnet. I might as well swap to fucking DeepSeek. Are you kidding me? I don't get throttled with the model. At the very least, do I get charged less weekly usage and get more usage out of the following 80% if I continue using it because I'm actually getting downgraded? Do I at least get that? God damn it. Yo. Okay, I have a question. I just found this out. Look this up, dude. I verified this in 2 different locations. Apparently, Opus, you get downgraded after you hit 20% of your weekly quota. After you hit that 20%, they downgrade you on the back end to Sonnet. Even though it says you're on Opus, they're using a less potent model for you. Dude, I'm honestly, like, honest to God, I am so tempted to swap over to DeepSeek, so then that way I can just, dude, it's 80 cents for every million tokens. And it's like a little bit worse than Opus. It's like, I mean, you know what a token is, I know what a token is, like what they actually are, but they don't actually calculate by tokens, like actual tokens. They're like, it's like a Fugazi or whatever the fuck, that one scene from Wolf of Wall Street. But they're essentially just like, they could be saying anything. Like you could be using like less tokens and they could be saying that you're using more tokens. Technically the other upside is once you get downgraded on the back end, they do give you more mileage for the following 80%. but I'd rather just have like 100% of the model that I want to use, and then like end up paying like $40 less per month by just using DeepSeek. Granted, it's not better with tools in some instances, but if dude, I'm so tempted next month, dude. I am so tempted, depending on what they do over the next month, dude. Because sometimes they like, it's so annoying because I'm stuck in like they always start it, like they always push something new at the end of the month. So then I'm like, oh, I'll check it out now. Like, I'll give it one more month. Like if I had my thing start halfway through the month, I feel like I would have left Anthropic like 2 months ago. All right, so here's the thing. Tomorrow I have some like time off basically because I gotta do so, but still, basically on the back end they downgrade me to Sonnet even though it says Opus essentially, but it would give me more mileage for the following 80%. No. I'm not worried about swapping these sub agents. I'm talking about in general. Like, once you reach 20% of your weekly quota per week, you get downgraded to Sonnet on the back end, basically. Sonnet to the... Oh my god. Yes, continue with phase 2, please. The testing scripts. And then build the verb smoke. And then basically this would... make it so I don't have to add it to the other verb tests, correct? Also, I reckon this is the better folder to place it in because it's a smoke test. What do you think? Alright, so apparently it's not official. Apparently it's not official. Apparently that's like a third-party blog thing. No. I'm talking about the 20% opus per week. Alright, so then I need some help with some decision making here. My problem is the following. I like working every day of the week. I understand that using Sonnet will save me tokens. But is this read and report work simple enough that it could handle it? Or do I actually need Opus for this? I feel like I might need Opus for this. I would rather it be accurate than base it off of, instead of basing it off of some lesser capable model. Here are some more variables. My thing resets on July 7th. It's currently July 2nd. I'm at almost 20% of my token usage. I used like 20% today. I have tomorrow I need to use half of my day for practicing music. Friday I have to use most of my day for practicing music, so Friday I'm not really going to be writing code. Then Saturday, Sunday, Monday I can write all day, I can work all day. Tuesday I can work all day. I feel like I'm gonna end up still running low and short. But losing a little bit of my tokens, losing a little more of my tokens in relation to the accuracy is worth it, because this is work that I need to get done correctly. So maybe we do this for only half of the questions this week and half of the questions next week. What about that? And then keep it Opus. And then also still curious about the question regarding Sonnet though. If it's worth potentially swapping over to Sonnet, because they just released Sonnet 5. This is running sub-agents for this. This is the last task of the day. If this goes all green, then we're gonna be good for going to bed. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I have two decisions to make. Hold on, let me look at this first. So you reckon Sonnet can handle it? So you reckon that Sonnet, sorry, can handle it? If so, run it like that. Update it to run it from Sonnet models for all the load. I've just never really used Sonnet for read and decision making stuff before. I only ever really use it for mechanical edits. Alright, cool. Alright, let's do it like that. They upgraded Sonnet. Now let's continue here. Full empirical pass. Oh god, I still have to do the git push. Alright. I guess we'll do it tomorrow. The git push tomorrow, I think that might be it. Alright, let me see here. So basically, should I build a my goal is essentially accuracy. It's not don't over test. As long as the variables by which the test passes are accurate, then and it's replicatable within the actual application, That's the biggest concern. So are you talking in relation to A? Is it like for the harness? Because the harnesses are only really relevant to the non-smoke tests. Generally, the smoke tests are lightweight. Because WS and DB is more for like big tests. Like we're just testing one part of the entire system and just making sure that they work within the current, like as long as the syntax is being updated for the paths, that's, we're not testing for database, we're not testing for WebSocket. That's what the other tests are for. You get what I'm saying? We need to build a new set of rules for smoke tests. I'm gonna make this a thing for tomorrow. We need to build a new set of rules for smoke tests, like smoke test creations. Because they're supposed to be lighter. Their purpose is essentially to test an aspect of a system, not the full system. And then we also need to update the name of 3_scribe.md to basically call it testbuilder.md. And then we need to update the claude.md file to reflect that as well. Yeah, I'm getting super throttled. Watch, in 1 minute and 29 seconds, it's gonna start open. It shut me up pretty quick, but I am getting throttled. Yep. I'm gonna run this in there tomorrow. I'm gonna write down the git push time. I'm just gonna have it build the test at the very least. That way we can use the rest of the tokens doing that. Please don't run out of tokens. 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 I just realized what I could do. I think in the future I'm just gonna start having Sonnet do more work, to be honest. I think I'm gonna start having Sonnet do more work. I'm gonna start optimizing my model usage just because I can't keep fucking doing this, dude. I just can't keep doing this. Let's see. My lifetime's 130 million tokens. My favorite model is 4.7 because it's the one I use the most. WR. This week I've used 13.7 million, 45.1 million. I'm actually low right now, to be completely honest. I took 7 days off this week. Fuck. This month. Fuck. Alright. Well, I took way too many days off this month. I took like a full week off, basically. What a waste. We're gonna save the git push. I'm not gonna be able to do that. Punya, please just finish. Just get it right. Just get it right. Please just get it right. I'm running out of tokens. Alright, so can we call... Don't close it if it is. But can we call this ticket done? I'm gonna save the git push for tomorrow. Just because we're at 95%. But for the record, it's 12:28 a.m. currently on July 2nd. This is the official end time of the day, assuming that the ticket's officially closed and there's nothing left over. And then we are going to do the push tomorrow. Wait a second, did you wait a minute. No, that's app side. Yes, that's app side. Okay, that's fine. We don't need to deploy. It's app side. Yes. Yes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna run the live smoke test. Let me see. Oops. Python 3 paste here. Let's see what you got. Didn't crash, so it's doing something. It's hanging for way too long. The dock is on, yeah. Alright, all passed. Also remove 1.5 hours from the workday due to me taking a break to talk to my father. Yes. just hang out with him for a little bit. And squish! Alright, that's it for the day. No. No, we're saving that for tomorrow morning. Like I said in the thing, we're saving that for tomorrow morning. I just gave you the variables for tomorrow because we're not going to be able to do it right now. We're out of context window. We're out of tokens. All right, cool. That's it for the day then. I would say it was a pretty good day. We got a solid amount of stuff done. I mean, shit. We got like quite a few tickets done. And I'm definitely going to be utilizing the sub agents more. I keep not doing that, which is dumb. I need to be like stating, like, do Sonnet for the mechanical edits, like obviously, like use an Opus model for any of like the planning for this. Stuff like that. I think honestly, if I do that, I can stretch my shit out even further, like by a lot, a lot. So I'm definitely gonna be approaching it like that moving forward. One last quick question. Do you reckon that I could potentially do like this git push workflow? Okay, wait, that's not the right place to ask it. Nah, it's fine. Okay. I'll ask it another day. Okay. Alrighty, I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a lovely night. It was a good couple of hours. I'm at hour 9? What the fuck? Did not feel like 9 hours. Am I really at 9 hours? This says 7 hours. Hold on a second. Holy shit, it is 9 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, my bad. Wow. Okay, I actually did do a solid good day today then. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. Hope you have a lovely night.